And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. That basically just means that we do everything from printer unboxings to printer builds, beta testing units, hot ends, all kinds of stuff. So welcome back in. How's it going, Ramon? Hope you're doing all right. We've got our Black Rifle coffee today. The good old don't tread on me, but Black Rifle Company. And on the last stream, we ran into, well, we hit the part of the build. Whoops. We hit the part of the build where we hit a stopping point because, well, there's no more manual yet. All right, so we found the end of the manual for the Micron R1 build. So what we're going to do is we're now going to just kind of jump over to the original Micron manual just for an order of operations type of thing. And we'll look at what we're going to be putting together. Then we'll jump over and look at the CAD to make sure we're getting the right screws, nuts, bolts, so on and so forth. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get this thing started. Now, from where we've left off, I did a little bit off stream, right? As you can see, I put all of the skirts on, nothing more. Just put all the skirts on. And I took the nuts out of the bed mounting platform just because they keep going everywhere. I had to add some nuts down here because using the different, using the Galileo Z's versus the standard Z mounts, there's a different set number of screws. There might be a couple of extras somewhere floating around underneath here with the skirts. But so be it. And we may wind up having to take some of this off just because it's easier to get in there with big hands later on. But I wanted to see what it looks like, and this gives you kind of a bit of an idea. Let me also just grab something like this. This is the bezel. And I think this might be mouse ears that are on here. We'll see if I can get those to go in there. There we go. Like, gives you an idea of what the bezel is going to look like on there with our screen. So, yeah. We're doing pretty good. We'll have other accents here and there. But yeah, we've got the full set of skirts on. Hey, Eagle the Dragon. We started working on our Z idlers, and we ran into a problem where on the old manual and the first iteration of Micron, let me come over here to browser window. You'll see here, this looks like a smooth idler. And if I remember right, it was a smooth idler or two flange bearings making a smooth idler. The problem with that is that's on the teeth side. And what you'll get is you'll get artifacting from running smooth idlers over the belt section. One, you're going to wear your belt down, and then two, you're going to get some weird artifacts here and there. So what we're going to do is I did go out and get some GT2 6mm belt size 20 tooth or 16 tooth, sorry, idlers with a 3mm bore. I will admit these are Amazon because I could get them here quickly, and I couldn't find the 3mm inside bore from Fabreeko, and if I went to KB3D where they had the genuine pouch, they were like $3 or $5 a piece. So yeah, we're going to use these. We're going to use these. So we're going to be working with our little idlers, and I just love these. They're like the angry idlers on steroids with the teeth there, with the jagged teeth. I love these. These are really cool. So what you'll see is there are slots in here for M3 nuts, and that's what we'll be doing, is putting some M3 nuts in here. I'm going to go ahead and look over at the CAD because I need to see which screws I'm going to be using here. So bear with me 1 second. M3 by 30 screws. And these will be button head. $20, $12, $25, $35. I have M3 by 30 socket head. M3 by 25. Are those? Yeah, they call them. Yeah, they are calling for button head screws, and I am not seeing button head screws. I just have M3 by M330 and socket head cap screws. Let me just double check. I mean, that's honestly not a problem because I do have M3 by 30. They're just going to be black instead of the silver, but that's okay. So this is going to be for our undersides, and then our idlers are going to be put together. All right, we're going to select our hardware here because apparently I keep seeing the pin mod up there and not the mod that I need to see. Sorry, so I'm trying to look through here because I'm seeing Okay, M3 by 16 is what they're calling for the socket head cap screws. I'm seeing ones where you're doing a pin mod. Yeah, that's going to fit in there, which is exactly what we wanted. I keep looking in and seeing the pin mod version, which is dealing with 623 bearings and all kinds of crazy stuff. And I just, one, I didn't print out those parts, and two, I saw no pins in here to do the pin mod. So we're doing standard tooth idlers. So we'll need 4 idlers there. We've got our 4 screws. I don't think we use any. Yeah, I'm not seeing any shims. So we're just going to go with the idler and our 16 or our M3 by 16 bolt. We're going to stick that in there and push the screw down in there, make sure it seats very well. Now you're going to see that belt's going to be able to move. That's actually going to help us get alignment. We could put a washer on each side, or in this case it looks like probably 1 or 2 washers, but I want to leave that free floating because that should give us the ability to adjust as we go through here. So I'm just going to go ahead and put all 4 of these together and just make sure that it's pushed down into the plastic so it cannot pop out. So how you doing today, Eagle the Dragon? Eagle just subscribed for 8 months in a row. Thanks, buddy. All right, so we've got all 4 of our idler carriers set up, and you're going to notice that our little guys here are ambidextrous, meaning it's got the jut out on both sides. So before there used to be a left and a right side, now they're just set and they're ready to go in either way that you put them. These idlers are going to line up underneath. Once again, we need to put in our M3 nuts back here, and I'm going to check and see. Yes, they are standard M3 hex nuts. Hey Zura, how's it going? Playing taxi? Hey, no worries. No worries. We're just getting some things set up. And these, once again, were M3 by 30s. No, they have to go in that way, right? Yeah, because that's the only way the belts go. What am I missing now? Oh, yeah, it does go in with the flat end down. That way, yeah, the belt's going to be pulling down on our tooth idler, which will keep it centered in there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this real fast with a 3mm, whatchamacallit, reamer. As soon as I go downstairs and grab it, because Mrs. Dragon had it downstairs. He's doing well, Eagle. He's doing well. She had a meeting earlier today. I had coffee and donuts earlier from Dunkin' Donuts. I do have coffee now that I made in the Keurig. Um, Probably not going to drink all of it, but so chasing those holes with a 3mm reamer, all that's going to do is ensure that the screw that we're using, which is an M3 by 30, when we use this, it'll actually let this slide easier because the threads are no longer engaging at all in the plastic. So that's something that we want to do. And then I'm just going to get this started in the M3 nut. And what I'm going to look to do is just pull it in just enough that I'm going completely through the M3 nut and no further. All right, so that'll be my idler. We'll do 4 of these. Yeah, today was a good day. I thought I was going to have to go into the office, and I still probably should have, but they didn't set up a room for a leadership, kind of like it wasn't an all hands, it was more of a let's come together and chat about the org changes that just happened, because, you know, who would have thought that we were going to do org changes again? But they set up the room for the in-person stuff like late last night. So I made the decision that I was not going to go into the office this morning because, well, I had other things that I have committed to get done that I needed to be here to do. And then had a couple of packages showing up today as well. But I'll go into the office tomorrow. All right, so we've got our idlers prepped and ready. We'll go ahead and get these installed. These are going to go on the inside of the left and right side. So these we'll use 4 of the M3 mounting nuts for this. So we move things out of the way a little bit so that we can get the printer up here. And this is being installed with M3 by 20 button head cap screws. M3 by 20 button heads. Those we have. All right. So as I said before, and Zura, you missed this, but I did go ahead and put the skirts on off stream just to try and get a look and see what it was going to look like. Kind of like it and dig it. Hopefully I don't have to take it back out afterwards, but once again, I will kind of rotate it around sideways, and we're going to be installing these up here on the top. So these are button heads, so they'll use a 2mm driver. Just missed it. Going on with you. No, I got it. Yep. All right. It's going to slide all the way over, and that little notch on the one side is going to go right on the inside there. I'm going to just tighten those in. We're going to make sure that we pull this all the way to the inside so that our tooth pulleys will line up with our tooth pulleys beneath us. We'll flip this around 180 degrees. Four of those. Hopefully I don't run into an issue, but I think I'm going to. And I'll cry a little bit on the inside when I do. Yes. Okay, so these have the grooves printed into them, which means they will not work with our nuts that have the the little alignment wings on them. So that means we need to take this out because these will not work. These little alignment wings on each side don't work with the don't allow us to get these parts mounted all the way in. So it's either sit there and modify and reprint or cut the printed part, or pull these out and find the screw that I just dropped on the ground. No, there it is. We'll just pull these out, pop them out of the carriers and put them back in. Or actually, it looks like we had a couple that were in carriers that'll work. Now, I don't want to run into an issue where I would have to take this back off yet again, so I'm going to just take the ones that have the tabs out of the tabbed holders. It's like these ones should work fine because there's no tabs that stick up that align them in the channel. They slide a lot more easier in the channel as well. Now the question is do I go through and remove the rest of the, I think I'm going to go through and remove the rest of the ones that have the tabs, and I'll just go back to bare just bare or plain nuts. And don't worry about anything on that either, Zura. I know that when I told you I needed to get the 16 tooth pulleys, don't worry about that. I know you were trying to have all the parts to make the build go easy, but that is part of building. Okay, so I want to try and get that side held in. I'm going to move these off so I don't dump them on the ground when I do what I'm getting ready to do, which is flip this over. Because I want to make sure, once again, that this is sitting there nice and flush and we remain straight as I tighten this back down. That tighten back up. All right. Then we'll need Push that over into the corner. Tighten these up. And we'll do the last one. All right. We made build progress. We got things on the printer. Deserves some coffee. Okay. Now what's up next? We put our idlers together. Once again, this is the older design, so don't worry about it. Older design with either smooth or smooth idlers or smooth pulley or F23 bearing. Regardless, we got those in. We're not putting in a sex bolt or the ZN stop because we're not using it. We're going to use the PZ probe. So we don't need to do that. The bed is already assembled. We're not going to mess with that yet. We're going to leave it off because we got a whole slew of stuff that's going on down here. And when I say a whole slew of stuff, I do mean a whole slew of stuff. Let me turn this like this. We'll hide this real fast. And we're just going to do some, we're going to do a little bit of crazy here, right? This is going to be your like Nevermore type thing, your fan for that. This is where you're going to have the these things coming in, and this will be pushed back, I think, to right there. We'll have side fans that go around our belts. Whoops. No, that's printed. No, yeah, that's right. Why does that look funky? Goes around the belt. Why does that look like it would warm out like that? Okay. Because it goes like that. There we go. That would make both of them actually look right. So we'll go like that. So we'll have bed fans. So these are going to mount right here in the front, and which means this will slide forward to right there as well. And we'll have fans blowing hot, or blowing sucking air and blowing it underneath the bed on each side. We'll have our Nevermore with the 5015 fan that's sucking down right beneath the bed, so it's pulling it underneath the bed and blowing it out through the activated charcoal and up. And then we've got a set of Wagos back here that are laid in here that will allow us to wire all this stuff up. So our wires are going to route underneath, come out the side, go down the channel, and jump over underneath the bed and go into our Wagos here. So we'll have fan. What do we have? We have plus, fan, and blower fan. So this is, I don't know. We'll figure that one out. I know that we'll figure that one out. And then we also have another set of Wagos that will go up under here like this. Okay. So the two bed fans and the fan right here. So BF would be the bed fans, this fan, and then we have the, I think the grounds come here and all the positives join in together. This will be for our bed, so we'll have, in to the thermistor, or not thermistor, the fuse, out of thermal fuse, the other leg back to load. Neutral comes into the bed, neutral goes back out. We'll have thermistor, and then we'll have ground. So this will let us have everything right here to disconnect our bed and keep all of our wiring real neat right back here coming under the deck panel. Okay, so that's going to be the cool piece right there. So this is why I'm saying we got a whole lot to do here before I even think about putting the bed on. And there was a part of me that was thinking maybe we should do that today. And then I was like, well, I think I need to belt the Z's first, which means I have to do the gantry, belt the Z, blah, blah, blah. So we'll have to work through all that. Okay. So long story short there, we're not doing the bed just yet, but we will get to the bed. Gantry. We've started working on the gantry, but let's go to the gantry because we have to do part of the gantry before we can run the Z-belts. Oh, and by the way, folks, just so you guys are aware, or for your all's edification, we did get the nightlight on the 0G going. I did post this on several social media platforms, but I love the way that UV blacklight jumps in there and makes everything glow. It really makes all of the neon pop in there as well. So I'm real happy how that turned out. All right, now we'll come back over here. So gantry, wide linear rails, sure. Our wide linear rails are the longer ones that we have, and then the slightly shorter one will be our X gantry. The shortest one, as you remember, is our rear one that we already have done over here. And I may try and sit down as we do this. And we're going to need our other two printed nut holders here. So there we go. We are missing one nut right there. Did I still have some M2 nuts over here? Whoop, nope, no need. Found it. There we go. Okay, we're going to slide these in with the nuts on the bottom side. Go in the slot. Yeah, yeah. We lost a nut. There's our two, we'll say, nut bars in place. We're going to need our other two MGN, what are these, 7H rails. or 7C, H. They look like H. Anyhow, we need these two. And these two, if I remember right, are not lubricated, but our C rail is. So we may have to break the gloves out here and lubricate these real fast. Yep, bone dry. Yeah, I've got a glove. Hey, Adam, how's it going? See, you're popping in just in time for me to glove up. Grab my EP2 Mobilux. That syringe is getting down, but we've got refills. And another syringe over there as well. We'll take the stopper off one side, slide the rail off. And once again, we're going to put a bead on each side, work it in, move the balls through, turn around, do the same thing again. We're trying to get 2 passes done here at a minimum. And we're just going to get that grease in there, and then we'll push it down in there. We'll run the balls around in the track a little bit to get that grease distributed in the track. Do it again. Hope you're having a good day today, Adam. All right, now I'm going to just take this, wipe off the excess on the face. We'll get our groove lined up. And I'm going to use my finger to push down in the middle, and I'm going to twist just a little bit, and that's going to put some tension on those retaining springs. And I'm just going to lead my rail as I'm sliding in slowly, pulling my finger back as if I'm, chopping stuff. And that's going to enable us to get this in there without popping out any balls. Now, we can be able to look on our finger. Remember, we still have a little bit of grease on there, and that would be able to pick any balls up. And we can look at the end to see if a ball popped out as well, because once again, there's grease on there. So the grease and doing it over a softer thing rather than a hard surface should enable us to capture any ball that pops out right here. So we can just take the rail back off and put the ball bearing back in. I'm going to work it around some, kind of get that lubrication in. Grab whatever popped onto the edge there. And normally I would put the end cap back on. I'm just going to set it up there for now, and we're going to be careful so that we don't knock this off the rail. And we're going to come over here and we're going to do the other one. Same thing. Slide the rail itself off. 2 beads of grease. Work them in. Flip it around. 2 beads of grease. Some people want to use, some people will use a light oil. Some people will use white lithium grease. I just been using the EP2 after watching several other people in the Voron realm have used it to, good effect. So I figure if it's good for them, it should be good for me. Okay. I'm just getting any excess that's out on the face of the rail itself off. It's not going to do it any good. Okay. So we've got our 2 rails, and we're not going to have to do this one because you should be able to tell there's a glob of grease in there. If anything, we're going to be digging that extra grease out. All right, sounds good, Blue Chocobro, aka Zura, the man whose printer we are building. Okay, and what we're going to do is just line this up, and we'll get several of the screws in, and then we'll be able to move this around. And get it in the right location once we get these started. We're not looking to lock these down, we're just getting them started. And so the head will be underneath the truck as we have to move it around. We are doing every single hole. I think this particular manual is showing doing like every other one. And remember, we went through a printed part, so we can't use Loctite on this, which is another reason why I want to use screws in every hole. It just ensures that we've got to have a lot more threads come undone for a catastrophic failure of a rail. Can it happen? Yes. Yes, it can. what we're trying to do is minimize the chance of it happening. And once we get these lined up, they need to be placed right in the center of the rail. So I'll go ahead and get both of them started, and then we'll go through and work on centering these up both end to end and side to side on the rail. Oh, and as a public service announcement, if you haven't been paying attention to socials, I don't know what you're doing, but everybody and their brother, to include me, have been posting about Polymaker's back to school filament sale going on right now. If you can and you want to, now's a good time to go and save a good deal off on filament for restocking. I believe the Panchroma's 20% off, and I'm not sure how much more other than just the Panchroma is on sale. But definitely now is a good time to go and stock up on all your colors for your printing. I don't know, for 3D Printopia coming up. And be kind and use an affiliate link. Gives back to the channel. If you have one, feel free to use yours. If you don't have one, feel free to use mine. And it helps give something back to the channel. It helps out with future projects. Okay, that last one is not going in. Or maybe it was. It was the next to last one that the thing had fallen out of. There we go. And once again, we're going to have to center these. Easiest way is going to be to just measure out both ends. We'll grab our little ruler. That one's 25. This one would then be 20. So we need about 22.5. Same thing up here. We're going to need 22.5. All right. And we're going to be looking for the Y180 jig. And let's see if this gives us, well, look at that. We used the jig, it would have given us our end to end and aligns our stuff. For these or for the X? Oh, those will be for X. Okay. So there's our alignment jig. Once again, we're going to start at one end and work to the complete opposite side. And we're just going to snug it down all the way, and then we'll come back and a Gadugga. Right, that one's right in the middle, so we're going to be missing one screw out of there simply because I'm not going to go and try and figure out where in this mess that that particular nut went. And there might be a second one. Yep, and I'm not able to catch it, so we've got at least two. Okay, so now we're going to start at the end and we're going to give ourselves a full tighten down. All right, and we got an ad break going on. So if you can hear my voice, thank you so much for being here and hanging out. Once again, let me thank Polymaker. Once again, there is a sale going on right now. It might be US only. It's a back to school sale. And once again, it's about 20% off from what I was seeing. And I know it's on the Panchroma line. I don't think it's anything else. I think it's just Panchroma. All right, so that one's all down. We'll put this there. And that seems to be nice, tight, lined up. We'll work our way down, snugging these down. All right, then we're going to come back and do our final tightening. And once again, be careful. These are M2 screws. They are very fine thread. You can shear these very, very easily. I have done it numerous times, especially on the, believe it or not, the M2x10 self-tapping for whatever reason. But you can shear the heads right off of these with enough ugga-duggas. That's why I really like having this small driver, because if I had the other one, I would be manhandling it from the top and I'd be getting my whole shoulder and everything into it. This is forcing me just to use my forearm and keep me from over torquing these things and shearing bolt heads off. Okay, so there's our two Y rails done. Once again, we had a couple of screws that we couldn't put into the one because I wasn't going to take the rail all the way off just to get two down. I mean, it was showing us doing every other one, so we were definitely good to go on our rails there. Now it's going to tell us to do our X rail, which is once again the shorter rail there. So there is no thing for this one because we will be using M3x8 socket head screws. And this one, once again, has already been lubricated. And they lubricated it from the back, which means we need to clean up that mess. You can see the lubrication on the back side of that still. And like I said, just the big mess that's left there. So there's a couple of different ways that we can do this. I've used Q-tips. I've used drivers, which is probably what I'm going to use here, is just use my driver to kind of scoop as much of that goop out as I can. You're not going to be able to get all of it, but we'll be able to get a good majority of it out. And then that way, it'll make it a little bit easier when we go to do the next piece, which will be putting our screws in. And once again, they're showing doing every other one. We can do every other one. We can do every one. It's completely up to you all. I've got plenty of screws that I can use for this part here and nuts, so we could do every single one. In fact, I'm not even going to reach around behind me to get his 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. This is another one of those things that I just stock in mass or bulk or whatever you want to call it. Just going to go ahead and get our M3 nuts started on here. Hey, Jedi Spidey, how's it going, friend? Spidey, if you haven't heard, there's a sale going on right now for Polymaker. Just want to make sure that you knew, because you're doing a project that requires a ton of filament. The Master Chief is looking pretty darn good too. Yeah, so Bang Polymaker, you can use my affiliate code. There is a 20% off. It's a back to school sale. 20% off Panchromas. There may be other things that are on sale now as well. I don't know, but I know it's the Panchroma line is definitely all on sale. All right, last one. All right, so all those are there. We had Y jig. Now we're going to have the X180 jig. Same type of thing. They slap on, push them to the end. That gives us our set distance. And we're going to start snugging these down from the ends. Or not from the ends, from one end going to the other. So only a couple dollars of each filament, not the order. It's 20% for the filament, or off each filament, which would wind up being 20% off the order, or close to it. But yeah, people do the math to their advantage, right? So now that we've got them all snugged, we're going to come through and start doing the calibrated elbow ugga dugga. All right. There's our X rail. We now have our Y's and our X done. We're going to take this that's all gooped up now and get rid of that and grab a fresh clean one if we need to. So what we're doing is we're following the legacy Micron guide, and we're flipping over and looking at the whatchamacallit, the CAD as we go. So in this case, it's showing us the gantry overview. It's going to show us how to do our idlers. We already have our front beefy idlers already built. The motors, we have those already built. The XY joints, those are built. Now it's going to tell us to add a Y end-stop extender. I don't know if that needs to be installed for this. If so, we'll add it. Shows us joining our X-axis to the XY joints. So we've got our XY joints here. And the way we're setting them up is with the connections to the Y rails sitting down on the bottom so they're nice and flat. And our rail is going to be facing us. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look at something here. Okay. I just want to make sure that it mounts like this and not that we're going to flip it so that it's piddly. But I wanted the HBSS, to be readable if we ever needed to. Don't ask me why. Okay, now before we go ahead and do this, we're going to need 1, 2, 3, and 3. So 2 at the top, 1 at the bottom of our M3 nuts. So we'll grab our M3 hex nuts again. Once again, 2 at the top and 1 at the bottom on each side. And there will be nothing holding these in place. So one at the bottom, 2 at the top on each side. I'm going to push these in so we have plenty of room to play with. Slide this on each side, and I'm pushing it all the way in. Pushing it all the way in. Now I can slide this down, get it lined up. And what are we using here? I'm looking at the CAD for the screw. M3x8s coming from the top. M3x8 button heads coming from the top. Most likely from the bottom too, but we'll get to the bottoms once we get there. Okay. Bring the other one in. Okay, so both of our tops are now done. So we'll flip this over and we'll do these bottom ones, which are definitely going to be these are going to be longer. Yeah, here. Nope. What I want. Go back. That. And 3x20 button head screws. How many spools of filament have you used for Master Chief so far? Inquiring minds want to know. Okay, so we've got those installed now. Oh, those actually say M3x8 at the top, M3x20 at the bottom. Wow. I guess I could have, I don't know, read that. It also looks like, while I did button heads, it almost looks like they're set up for socket heads. I don't see M3x20 socket heads, so we're fine with button heads either way. And as I noted before, I can always uh, make changes. Meaning, I've got plenty of screws that I can use in lieu of theirs. We'll go ahead and pull these just in case. or actually, no, I take that back. Looking at the CAD, it is a button head screw. So we're going to leave it as button head. How about that? Once again, we're going through the manual, looking at this is the old manual, and we're just using it for order of operations, basically. And then we're going to say, okay, it wants me to add the beefy idlers instead of those idlers to the front of our Y rails, right? So when we go to add our idler to the front, it looks like it's a flush install with the front. So we get that nice and flush, right? And then we'll go through and we'll need M3x12 button head cap screws at the top. I'm going to hang this just off the front edge of my build plate. That way I can keep it flush, because the beefy idlers, they kind of don't sit flat, right? They drop down. So we're going to want to make sure that actually they drop down on one side and not on the other. So we're going to have to make sure that we grab the right one for the right side. Let me see, go there. They should be symmetrical, but they're not. So yes, right side. So the right side is what I'm working on. We want the flatter edge on the tabletop and the raised edge facing up. And that's looking at the CAD. We want it flush with the front edge of the extrusion. And once again, at the front, we're doing M3x12 and M3x12. So we're going to have some of these guys. Now, you need to look at the way these are. The holes themselves are offset, right? This hole is closer to the edge than that hole. So you're going to need to make sure that when you put this on there, that it lines up the appropriate way. And in this case, the belt's coming in from the inner edge. So this one does not line up, so we have to use that one. Yep, and that will line up. So we're going to need a couple of our M3 nuts. And once again, M3x12 button head screws will go up underneath. We'll work these into position. Okay, and we need M3 by, what we say, 12s? And these are going to go on lightly. We're not putting belts on just yet, right? In our instructions, no belt. We're just putting these on. Only the top belt clamps are installed at this time. The front idlers need to be installed flush, and we need to come down through here through there and into our nut. And I am going to do a little ugga-dugga right now just because these are going to be the only thing holding these belt clamps in place for right now. So, because we're only doing the tops, not the bottoms at this point. The other thing I'm going to do is quickly take a reamer and just ensure that my holes are reamed out. Yeah, Waters, I will be in the office tomorrow for a bit. Don't know if I'll be there all day or not. We've got meetings. Apparently, last minute they decided to set up a room, so I was one of the leadership team that was not in the room, but so it goes. But I will probably roll down there later in the day, probably after lunch. I think we're having a tie-in tomorrow, so we'll see. Ava stopped by. Oh yeah, they just started school back up, didn't they? All right, so we got the one side. The other side we're going to put over on this one. Once again, we're making it flush with the front of the extrusion. We'll need a couple of our hex nuts. Which is so either I've had too much coffee or not enough because I'm starting to drop my nuts. Oh, there it is. And this one's going to use the opposite of the other one, so just remember your slip for your belt goes on the inside. And once again, you want these to be flush with the edge. Okay, so there's the left side, there's the right side. Now we're going to add them to the back. We'll bring this up here now. And yeah, this is the part where it gets a little bit more fun. And we'll slide this in there, flush install at the back. feeling it was going to do that. Yep. Need a couple of our X nuts. And M3x12 button head screws again. Yeah, but we'll see who's in the office. Hey Timur, welcome in. Am I interested in a Magneto X? Yes. I would be interested in a Magneto X. Okay, so now that one's installed. We're going to do the same thing over here. Of course, this is going to be line that up, try and line it flush. Yeah, somebody is selling a first-gen pre-order version in Charlotte, which means it needs to have work done on it. And if I remember right, the X, or not the X, but the linear drives have to be replaced, right? If I remember right, because we talked about it before. But yes, hello Timur. Hope you're doing well. And the big is printing. Oh, nice. Well, that's good. I'm glad you got the big printing. And by the big, we're not talking about the Optimus P1. We're talking about the Neptune, was it Neptune 3 Max? Yeah, but I knew that there were some problems with the original first generation pre-order units that may need some. Yeah, the Optimus is the big. So we got both sides installed there. We're not doing clicky on this build. Once again, we're not doing the ZN stop. We're not doing clicky because the desire is for the PZ probe. So, yeah, that's something we can work through. And you said, friend just sent you a SS of someone selling. What is SS? Okay, so here it's talking about installing the rear chain and the rear chain end and the guide for the chain. We are going to install this stuff. I had a thought of not installing that stuff, and that thought was very fleeting. We're going to need to put in some heat set inserts here. And was there a heat set? Not on this one. No heat set on this one, I don't think. Is that? That might not be. This is the bottom. Yeah, this has to be the chain one. Chain guide, chain guide. Oh, I was like, what is going on here? So this piece, this is the part that mounts, and then this hole here is for a thermistor. So I'm like, what is going on here? So I'm going to turn this around, and I'm going to once again use my X gantry as basically a hold for the front of this. And this is still a little floppy bendy. That's expected. So this is mounting in the back with a M3x8 button head cap screw. We don't have any whatchamacallits in the back here, so we're going to have to put some in. We're going to need one or two of them. So we've got one on this side. We're going to need to put some heat sets in here real fast. So let me bring the heat set press up here, and we'll pull you folks back out. Get this out of the way. I want to get these in there, and then we're going to use the slide-in nut thingies from LDO, and I'll show you how much fun those are once I get some heat sets put in, which I have unplugged, because why not? I mean, I unplugged it for a good reason. That reason namely being to plug in the 0G. Would use his. Oh, screenshot. Gotcha. Well, let them know. And is it something that they're willing to bring, or are we going to need to go get? Because this Saturday, yes, this Saturday, a couple days from now, is the next Maker meetup at Ecovate 3D. So we won't be able to go get a printer that day. Unless for some reason I leave from there early. So there's that. And since I have it out here, I'm going to do the lower one. So once again, we're going to have to use the cable chain because I was going to do basically like the bed umbilical. Well, the mounts and stuff for it, assume that you're using the corner brackets and not the blind joint for mounting the bed rails. So because we have the blind joints for the bed rails, we can't use that mounting methodology. So we will need to use the actual chains. And I believe IGUS Chain Flex is designed to work in cable chains, so we should be good there. And what we're going to need to do is these little printed pieces. Let me see if I can get you a close-up. See how this side over here has a little slant to it? So we're going to put this in the back. And I'm probably going to have to hold this up. And I wind up using my tweezers to kind of flip this in the channel so that it lays flat. Okay, and our slant is on that side. So when I put in one of these T-nuts, one of these M3 nuts, which you may remember from our Jabberwocky, because these are the same exact ones. Focus. You'll see that the ends are kind of rounded over on the one side. And it's the top side there. So that gives us just enough play that this will also slide in, and then we can use our tweezers to kind of rotate it over. We can use our tweezers just like we did before and rotate this around. And now they're both in there side by side. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull this in closer. Okay, we've got both of these side by side in the slot. I'm going to use my tweezers. I'm going to get under the edge of the nut and try and lift that edge up to help it glide onto the slope. Grab the slope and then just kind of wiggle them a little bit, and hopefully we can get the nut started like that. Now it's started up on the edge. Now this is where it's easier to use forceps because there's a little bit more metal there, and if you try and use those fine tweezers, you'll just keep bending them over. Using our forceps, we can grab hold of both sides now, and we'll just squeeze, and it's going to move that nut on top of the printed part. And now we have an M3 nut that was added after the fact. So this was, once again, an M3 by 8. So we'll grab our M3 by 8. And we'll definitely worry about positioning this later on. Right now we're just getting it there. It looks like it should be about equidistant, which is kind of where it's at. Maybe, maybe not. Let's not move that. Let's move this. Okay, apparently it doesn't want to move, so we'll be good with it right there for now. We'll move it later. There we go. Now we need to put another one over here because this piece is going to mount right over here. And this is going to allow our PG gland to mount back here and our umbilical to come up to our tool head. So we need one more of these put in back here. So again, we'll get our plastic part put in and flipped horizontal. We'll grab one of our nuts, put it in there, and get that one going. And I know I'm going to do this off the camera a little bit right now because of the there are definitely some good tutorials out there on the web for doing this. I'm just kind of showing you how I do it and how I found works pretty darn well to do it. And this is, I'm assuming, an M3x8 as well. Correct. So let me grab one of those. Grab this. Okay, so now we have the end of our cable chain with a PG7 gland and that our umbilical will come up into. We've got this piece over here for the cable chain. And remember, somewhere up underneath here on the bottom, we're going to be putting our GBB 15. I think it's what it's called. I think that's the full name of it. The GBB 15. That is the, that is the, sorry, whatchamacallit, darn it. That's the CAN bus board that will allow us to run our motors via CAN bus. I still need to print this other lock. I did reprint these corner pieces, and when I did them, I reprinted them at 101%, and they actually that's what I needed to do is just print them a little bit larger, and these what are these 695 bearings fell right in. So yeah, if you would be so kind, Waters, as to chat with your friend and figure out what needs to be done, I would appreciate it. So on the Micron Plus, or excuse me, the Micron Plus Rev 1, all this stuff is getting mounted to the back, where before it was getting mounted to the front. And let me look at something again. So I have to undo everything that I just did. Because these do go on the outside, and the outside is on this side now. Because I mounted this whole thing 180 degrees. Wowzers. Now we're going to loosen that, loosen this. And we should be able to pull these legs out. flip that around. Left leg. Make sure we're flush. Tighten that down. Get the right side in. Flush. Tighten that down. Now, once again, I'm going to have to pop these two out. And I don't think I'm going to get the, I might be able to get the part, or those other things back out. I will not attempt to right now, though. I will have to work on it off stream just because it's going to be a pain in the butt to try and get them rotated out. The plastic one might come out relatively easy, but the nut itself might not. But I will work on it. That is for sure. Right. We had that printer buy-sell trade, and of course, now that that's done with, Hector's responded back saying, yes, we're a go for the Ender 3 NG build. So that would be me putting out the call now for anybody that has a Ender 3 V2. An Ender 3 V2. It needs to be the V2 so that it has the right size Y extrusion for the Ender 3 NG build. So, because there wasn't an Ender 3 to be had at the buy-sale trade, and let me just help you. There's some sarcasm there. It was an Ender Fest. Yeah, he has a V2 Neo. What I want to do is ask him what the rail size, the Y rail size, depending on the length, it might work. Because that one is it's a 40-40 extrusion. And that's what I'm going to need is a 40-40 extrusion. The words on stream sometimes. Yeah, the Ender 3 NG kit, it can work with a bunch of different versions, but that is by far the easiest one to use is the V2 kit. Because you don't have to print spacers, and I really don't want to print spacers. And I know you're probably going, Dragon, you've got plenty of extrusion. And I'm going to say, why, yes, I do have plenty of extrusion. Not a single lick of it is black to match an Ender frame. Let me rephrase that. I've got some. It's not 40/40. Jono! How's it going, friend? It's the only thing I hate with the with these is I always get my finger on them. But they come in handy. If you don't have a set of these, and you do printer builds, you might want one of these. Is at the shop, measure it tomorrow. There we go. Okay, so what we're doing, Jano, is I'll show you guys what I'm doing. How about that? We're make sure not to fully tighten these bolts until the gantry is installed in the frame. Yeah, the tops are tightened now just so it doesn't squiggle as much. We're going through, this is the original, okay, this is the original Micron build guide. The Micron Plus guide stopped right when it started saying running belts. Hey, Plague Rain, how's it going? And so what we're doing is we're looking at the old guide for order of operations stuff, and then going and looking at the CAD for, okay, what screws do we use and where do the things go? So you'll see on the instructions, right, that we've added the cable chain, we'll say guide, the cable chain end, and a clicky probe. Well, we're not doing the clicky probe because we're not doing clicky on this. You'll also see that this is getting installed, and then when you install it on the motors, that stuff is getting installed on the inside of the motor channels. Well, they changed the motor mounts and stuff around, and if you look at the CAD, right, let me go ahead and try and pull this from a top view. We'll hide a couple of things. You'll see that all of our pieces here for our gantry are on the back side of that extrusion, and that our motors are more towards the back than the front on the old style. So all of this stuff is now at the back side of the printer, and that's how we've laid things out here on our setup. So that's kind of what we're doing, is we're having to fish back and forth between the guide, the original Micron guide for an order of operations, and the newer version, or the CAD of the newer version. So we're going to flip this over, and we're going to take our X carriage, and this is now going to get installed. Now we want to remember that our tool head is mounted towards the front of the printer, so we want our linear rail to be towards the front when we do this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this all the way forward, and we're gonna bottom these out all the way to the front, and we're going to line these holes up and do one side at a time, and that will set our distance. These are M2 by 12 socket head cap screws that they're calling for here. What we'll need to do is validate that in the CAD. Easier said than done. Yes, M2 by 12 socket head cap screws. Now the question is where was the M2s? 2x10 and 2x12. Yeah, we're playing with CAD. You know, we love CAD. Um, we really do. I do. I enjoy building from CAD. It helps me learn more about Fusion, and I'm having to get to a point where I've got to start learning Fusion a little bit more. So it is, the more I play around in it, the better I get. Okay, so these four are in. Now we're going to work on getting this side lined up. I haven't applied any UGA to the Duggas yet. I'm just getting so I feel that change in tension, so I know that it's gone into uh, the carriage. Okay, so we have both sides done, and it's not tightened down. Making sure the MGN9 linear rail is facing forward. It is facing forward. And it doesn't say not to, so we will go ahead and, once again, these are all the way forward, and we'll tighten them down. Crossing pattern. How's it going, Plague Rain? Hope you're having a good day. All right. Now it talks about doing the tool head, the X carriage mount, because we're going to need to be doing the belt soon. Just working on a Prusa wire and watching you. Awesome. It's going pretty well. So you're working on a Prusa wire, eh? I hear Jason is gauging interest for a potential kit. It's funny, the Doron Velta was an April Fool's joke. The Prusa wire was basically an April Fool's joke. And I think, well, we've got the Doron Velta kits, and I have a feeling we're going to get a Prusa wire kit as well. So that's kind of cool. Okay, those jigs are done with. Yeah, let me see here. So it's talking about doing X carriage, probe mount, you know, whatever. We're not doing clicky or probe mount, and then routing belt on the carriage. And this is where we're going to run into a problem. Because once again, Zura, and I wish he was here, or I hope he's listening. Zura, I don't think your mount is going to work, the metal one. Okay, if I go ahead and bring this back to normal. Let me turn this around. We'll go full display. We'll, I want to get the entire chain. This is the chain in the gantry. Front idlers, joints, belts, drives, gantry, accessories, pug. Really? Oh, good. There it is. Okay. In the mount here, right? We've got our EBB, or excuse me, our Nighthawk 36 looks like board mounted here. On your all metal one, if I use it, there's no provision for the piezo probe board. And there needs to be a piezo probe board space that where it can mount on the back of the print. I have seen a mount. Yeah, I have seen a mount that should work. I'll have to print it out. I'm going to attempt to print it in a material that I haven't printed with before that should work well as a viable replacement. Hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to try and print it out in PPS-CF. And if that doesn't work, then I do have several nylons, carbon fiber reinforced nylons, and so forth. So I do have options. If I do PPS-CF, it should be it should be as metallic-like as possible, because once again, your mount, and I really do like your mount, like really like this mount. I just don't want to run belts and cut belts and then find out that this mount doesn't work and have to undo this and rerun belts. So this is the mount that we're talking about. Okay. This is a beautiful, beautiful mount. And it's designed to go right on there and mount just like so. Perfect mount, right? The issue is this is the only mount point I have for the board. And I don't think, like, the piezo probe itself, from what I've seen, it gets like VH bead or something to the bottom of the mount, the printable mount that I've seen. Right? So that's going to be the issue, is this is mounting points for the actual tool head, and then the piezo board is mounting underneath. There is no place for that piezo board to mount, and it has to mount on the tool head because there's no other space, or the length of the wire for the piezo probe is the issue, right? So we'll call it an amplifier, I don't know what it is, the amplifier board or whatever, has to mount at the tool head, and then it comes out of there and goes into the tool head board for the into the probe section for the tool head board, and then rides the umbilical back. So that's going to be the issue. And because this is a beautifully piece of machined aluminum, I think I'm going to try and do the PPSCF for this mount. And do I still have it? Yes. So this is what I'm referring to, right? So we've got looks like an EBB 36 board here installed, and there's the piezo probe underneath. This side, right over here, is the one that goes to the probe piece, and then this side comes up and goes into the board, right? So this is the part that we're looking for, that we need to find mount point for. This looks like the 2 screws that will be going through the back here. And if we look at the printed part, once again, you'll see there's those 2 holes. Let me see if I can't point this around. There we go. Right? So you've got the 2 upper holes and the one in the back here that's going to, so the 3 that mounts that. And then there's that place. Well, that's the part that's been cut out here. Right? So there's no place to mount that other board. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So I'm probably going to take this piece right here and try and print this. That's a crap. That's for a C. Is there? Tell me there's an H in there. Okay, yes, there's a C and an H. I'm going to need to try and print that in a robust material, and I'm going to try and do PPSCF on my X1 carbon. And if I can't do it there, then I've got an H2D with a heated chamber. I mean, one of mine has a heated chamber as well. But yeah, I'll see if you want this back, or maybe well, of course, the other potential option is we go cartographer and I send the piezo probe back, but then that means that we need a whole new hot end. Right, that would be the downside, because the only hot end you provided was the piezo. So, yep, there we go. That's kind of my story right now. So I can't continue on with this because I can't use this mount, and I don't want to put the belts on and then have to put them on, take them off, put them on, take them off. I say that I could put them on and leave a lot of excess slack, but I really don't want to keep playing with the belts, is where I'm going at there. So by next stream, I will have printed out that other mount in a material of some sort. I will, like I said, I'm going to shoot for PPSCF, so it's as rigid as could be, which will be needed for the piezo probe. For now, here's our gantry. What we can do, let's go off script a little bit. A couple of the other mods I'm looking at doing here, right, are these little things for the lights, because he does have lights. I could just straight up surface mount this too. There are mounts. He does have some, what is it, matchsticks. And I've got boards like this. These are LDO boards. that I can mount. There's a very simple mount. It's literally a rectangle with the cutout for the pins that you mount, and I can mount those easy enough. And then the other, it's just the bed alignment thing. This. So this is basically a crap catcher that goes on each side of the bed. And I think this is something that might be needed here, or at least let me put it this way. I want Zura's opinion on this because I, for one, I go through and I put channel cover on all of my lower channels in the printer to keep crap from getting in them, because you're always going to get little filament things, right? So I always try and cover those up down at the base of the printer, just because I hate trying to chase filament strands out of them. So with that said, we're kind of stuck on the gantry for right now. Like I said, I'm going to need to print out a mount. We'll belt it, and then the next thing after we belt it would be probably, let me see, we'll belt the gantry A and B belt, do a tool head. I don't know why you would build a tool head. You definitely don't want to install the tool head, and then you'll hang the gantry. Yeah. Cool. And we did do the ABEC bearings like it shows here. So we will do the 2 washers, the M320 button head that comes up through it into the lower mounts. We'll do our Z-belts. Then we get into electronics underneath, which is a completely different beast. So here's the thing. We're kind of stuck. We can't do much on the gantry at the moment because we're going to need to do the tool head, or at least the XY mount there. So one thing that we can do, let me come back here to the front view, is we can start working at least on the center. Can I get rid of the bed? Where's the bed? Bed. Bed assembly. No. Hide the bed assembly. There we go. So as you see here, we've got our center filter piece. So we can go ahead and start working on assembling this. Yeah, we can prep the sides. I don't want to install the sides until we get our belts routed, but we can do some prep work on the side fans and getting those prepped and ready to go. I believe, yeah, so we can prep our fans, and then they're getting screwed in from the bottom. Wires routing around. Which ways are these mounting? So they mount like that. So that gives us an idea of how our 5015 fans are going in. Basically what we're going to do is get some prep work done here. And it looks like our 5015s have to be delidded. Hey, Barry Printer, how's it going? welcome on in. So 5015 delidded, and our other 5015. Yeah, so both of these are delidded. And let me see what we have as far as our 5015s go. We've got some 2-wire honey badgers. So we can work on delidding these and getting the, like I said, getting these prepped and ready to go. Now I always try to pop these things off nicely, and I don't know if they need to be, I guess I could. Oofda. Yeah, so looking at them, they're going to need to be shaved off anyhow, so we're going to go snip snip. So what we're trying to do, Bearded Printer, we hit a part on our gantry here where we kind of got stuck, right? And by stuck, I mean, according to our instructions, that just like wigged out. Yeah, OBS is working, but that is decidedly not working. Okay, what just happened there? Fusion, go away. Adobe, take a nap. There we go. So we need to start working on the X carriage. Zero provided a metal X carriage, a Honey Badger metal X carriage. The problem that we're having is he wants to install a Revo Piezo probe hot end, and that won't work with the metal carriage because there's no place for the daughter board to mount on the tool head, and it needs to mount on the tool head. So what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to print something. And so what we're doing is kind of pausing at this point, and we're moving on. The plan here is to try and work on the gantry fans and some of the stuff that goes underneath the bed. So we're going to cut off our clips because we need to delid our fans here. Take that off, and we should hopefully be good as far as this sitting down in there. So we're going to feed our wire through. And hopefully align our pegs. There we go. Now when you're trying to push this down, do not push on the top of the fan. Push on the case, push on the ears, do not push down on the fan. And I'm trying not to make any more mods to the body than I have to because I want that tight fit. If it's loose in here, it's going to rattle. Okay, so we can take something like this and just push down to make sure it's fully seated at those ears and down at the bottom. So there we go. Nice and flush there. Push down at the ears. The fan reveal seems to be about the same. Maybe a little bit pushed up over on this side. Wires are coming out nicely. And we'll take the cover with our grill that just slides in. It's going to go over the top. And it looks like that's going to be hitting the top of the fan. Let me go back and look at Fusion if it's not going to spaz out on me. Let me see if maybe I have these. Nope, these are in the right way. Okay, so there is a snap ring down there that we need to get these down into. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun to see if we can get this down in that snap ring without snapping this part. Because it feels pretty darn tight in this print. Oh, well, there we go. We just got that all the way down into that internal snap ring. So that brings it flush to the top, which means this should now sit on there and have the needed clearance. Okay. And from the other side, these are M3 by 12 button head screws. We had those out here. And these are going to feed into plastic. These are not going into heat sets. These are going into plastic. So we're going to be careful when we tighten these down that we don't ugga-dugga them too much. Get them both started. Okay, there you go. And this is going to go on either side, and this is where the Z-belts are going down on the front right-hand side. So this is going around our front extrusion. You'll see there is a cutout there, so we can bring wires down right through here as well. This wire is going to come out and be able to go right down the side of the bed extrusion, and there we go. So one side done. Now we need to rinse and repeat on this other side. We'll cut our clips flush. Make sure you put something over it when you cut so you don't flip it up into your eyes. Wear appropriate PPE. And the flusher you get these when you cut them, the easier your life will be. You won't have to go through and do as much sanding or filing. And one last one. Now we can delid that. I'm going to blow it out just in case we had any debris there. I think we're going to be good for another good press fit. Let's again put the wires through the hole there. Line the case up. And it is a pretty snug fit. So you want it to be as even as possible when you line that up and push it down in there. When they're doing this, they're working these for different fan types. So, you know, the Winson, the GD Stein, the, you know, pick a fan manufacturer. They all have different tolerances and different, slightly different dimensions. Be careful as you're trying to push this down. Make sure you don't hit your fan or hit the wires. That's pressed down in there again. And you'll see our wires, we have a wire channel there. I don't know if we need to take it out or if we can just route this basically back in on itself. But we want to try and get these wires into that wire channel. Once again, this is going to be sitting down flat on the deck panels, so we need these wires to be down and managed well so that they're not in the way. And then this side's going to come up. Once again, this is going to be going just like this. So this side's got to be able to come up some and align in the trough of the 5015. Right? So that wire is now covered. We know that we need to get this further down in there to get it down in that snap ring area. Just kind of work this down and around both sides. A little bit of give to it, so just be careful, go slow. And there we go. We got it down into that snap ring, which once again makes this nice and flush. Lines up over the top. We can flip it over and a couple more M3 by 12s. And we'll have this side done as well. And once again, we are threading directly into the plastic, so no need to ugga-dugga the heck out of it. If you do, you'll have a bad day and you'll be reprinting parts. When I do this, I'm not trying to be all, you know, like Grey Poupani. I'm trying to limit what I'm putting on this driver, and I'm just using my fingertips. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this because I'm going to over tighten it. So by just putting a little bit of force down and using my fingertips, I'm able to really feel as it's cutting the threads, and then when it hits the bottom where the head of the screw is hitting the plastic and it's starting to get tight, that's where I want to stop. So there's our two side fans. Our front fan here, I'm curious. One, I have no idea what that key is there for, other than I think it's the grab hold. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. So there's this little printed key that you can see right here in the, I just highlighted it right there. That is, I believe, used to take these three teeth put it in the front grate here and pull your Nevermore filter basically out of the front. So we're just going to hide this for now. I want to take the plenum cover. I'm going to hide this. Okay, there's still something I'm missing. And that's what I'm missing, are these two little printed pieces here. Do I have those little printed pieces? I do. So these little printed pieces are going to slot right in here in the bottom, and they're going to hold the magnets. And these magnets are what's going to be used on the 4 screws that we put in before, and that's what's going to magnetize these two pieces together. Okay. This slit is in backwards. That's why it's not lining up right. There we go. Now my honeycomb. Now, I may reprint these covers because looking at it, I could print and just do a color swap at a specific layer and get that two-tone that they're showing in the thing there. So that's something I'll probably do just because I didn't even realize it. But I will reprint both of these covers. These are both just snap-in covers. So I will reprint both of these covers. Easy enough to do, and make them two-tone. These little guys here are going to need magnets. Yep, 6'3" magnet. There's 3 there. Oh no, it's not like I don't have a ton of them. So we'll go ahead and get a couple of these put in. Make sure they're fully seated and that they're all in the same direction. Oh, come on, darn you. Here's one more. Okay, so there's all 4 of our magnets. And there is an up arrow. So we will put them in the up arrow direction, once again with the magnets facing towards the back and the plenum area. Let me get rid of a little bit of an elephant's foot here. Guess I should get rid of it on the whole part. I did have to increase my elephant's foot compensation. Now you could go through and print this front part had I paid attention. I mean, quite honestly, I haven't made any irreparable thing here, but on our part here, you could go through and do, there's Micron. You could go and do that in a separate, or in the accent color as well. It can always be retrofitted. If Zura sees this and goes, hey, can you do that? Then these pieces right here, pushing them in from the bottom, there are slots in the top where you could push them back out from the other side. So these plastic pieces can come out with the magnets. And you'll see how the magnets line up right there. And then this piece, oh my gosh, should have magnetized well. And I say should have. There is absolutely no magnetism there. You're going to say, but why? Stainless steel screws. The screws I put in here are stainless steel. Now the lower screws I can get out. I cannot get out the upper screws because of the heat set inserts. I would have to take the heat sets out to replace the upper screws. And I don't think it's worth it. If I go to do it, I'm going to have to just reprint this part and replace this particular part to get all four. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes, because yeah, that's not coming out. Let me see how this feels with just 2 screws. Look like M3 by 8s. Yep. Let me grab some M3 by 6s and my M3 by 6 button heads, because mine should be yeah, mine are magnetized. Oh wait, M3 by 8s, not 6s. Duh. Polymaker link is not working for me. My affiliate link or the one that I posted on X, or which one? Find your link in my favorites. Oh, well, there we go. I'm glad that you have my link in your favorites. So what I'm going to do is swapping these bottom 2 out with the black ones, which are the black oxide coated, which means they're magnetic. Yeah. That's not really that magnetic. We really want, let me see, let's see if we can extract those two nicely enough that we can put them back in place. I have something for that from CNC Kitchens. So let's see if our extraction kit will allow me to extract these out nicely or not. Something tells me there's a reason why I have not done that yet. Yeah. Namely, this doesn't fit on my iron. Damn it. Why does this not fit on my iron? Stefan. Nope, 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 nope. I have the heat set removal tool, but it doesn't fit my particular iron. So I've got a tool that I cannot use, or at least well, I cannot use it the way it's intended. Let's see if. Well, and that's what I'm going to do. So the CNC kitchen thing comes with screws and they're copper. So what I'm going to try and do is put one of the copper screws in there and I'll see if I can't heat the screw up and then pull it out with a pair of pliers. And hopefully we can pull it straight out without damaging the hole. If not, well, then I guess I can just reprint the part. It sounds like I'm going to be reprinting some parts anyhow. It's not like it's hard to pull screws out. Grab a pair of pliers and get those ready. And all I'm going to do is let this heat up. It's copper, so that heat should flow through it. pulled out a little bit. I'm going to see if I can, yeah, we'll just keep heating it up. I don't know if it's cooling off too fast or what. Hmm. That started to pull it out. Start another print that doesn't seem to be working. Yeah. I mean, it's come out a bit. It would probably also help if I get this further down in there. We'll try and get the heat source closer to the actual heat set itself. One out. Put that over there so I don't burn the crap out of myself. And like I said, I am going to have to print some other pieces if I want to do that dual color. So it's not like we can't print other or can't print another version, but I just hate giving up. And I hate even more that I have a tool that I can't use the appropriate way because I need a different adapter. All right, there we go. We've got both of them out. Now we can go ahead and change our screws out. So this is a stealth press, and this is one of the early versions of the stealth press. And it's broken on the bottom. So this bottom piece is a triangle piece and it has legs. It's broken on the legs about right here, hence why it kind of flops a little bit. And I need to rebuild it, but I'll say I also have built a Frax, which is the flex arm. I just need to bring that down or up here and get it installed. And how's it going, Palmer? J. Palmer? Oh, the bit.ly link? Huh. I'll have to check that out. Hope bit.ly didn't screw me over or something. But 13 spools on order. Awesome, Spidey. Yeah, I know you've been going through a lot of spools. I've got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, that is a lot more positive. Yeah, so that's going to work a lot better. Now we can see if we can't get these inserts back in there. Hopefully so. And if not, then well, we'll go back and do what we should have done to start with, which was reprint. It looks like we're going to be good to go here. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. So we're kind of, I'll say, jumping around a bit. We hit a stopping point on the gantry, hence why it's sitting there, where we need to install the tool head mount, the X carriage. And we can't do that. Blue Chocobro, aka Zura, had provided a Honey Badger metal X carriage, which is beautiful. It is beautifully machined. The issue, and yes, there is an issue, is that it doesn't have a provision for mounting the piezo probe board, and we need that because that's the hot end that we have is for the Revo piezo board. So we've switched over to work on a couple of other things, which is prepping the fans for the underbed like we've got a Nevermore that'll be in the center. This side, which will have the blower fan, is going to be fixed in the center. And then this is the part, the tray that you can pull in and out. And what we found was the screws that we used are stainless steel and non-magnetic, which do us no good. So we had to swap these out with black oxide screws that are magnetic, which also meant that we need to take these two heat sets back out, which led me to find that my CNC kitchen heat insert removal tool does not screw on to my TS100 or 101, whichever that one is, soldering iron. So I've got a nice heat set removal tool that I cannot use or use as intended. Put those back in there. That goes back over there. So yeah, we've got our two side bed blower fans done. This is our centerpiece. So we'll go ahead and get the blower fan going here. And these plenum covers, I may redo them and make it so that I'll just do a layer change. So the bottom will be the gray, and then the top will be the blue. So it'll stick out a little bit more, kind of like it does in the on the display here. Oh, lie, it's just PT. There you go. So yeah, we've got see, I can reprint these top two plenum pieces with just a layer change to get that dual tone effect. Didn't even think about it when I was printing them. But I'm just slowly digging through here to figure out what I need to do. Okay, so we have another blower fan here, and this looks like it stays intact, which is nice. So we'll grab the other 5015 blower fan, and this is going to stay, like I said, it appears to stay intact. And you'll notice this clip and the side clip, there's a little cutout right there and a little indent right here, as well as one back there, and that's going to allow all of these lid clips to just drop in. Your wire is going to go right around through there, and I don't believe this gets screwed down at all. I think it's just a press fit in there. We'll let our wires come around the back side there. We'll put the top plenum cover in. Once again, we'll reprint this off stream. And you'll notice that there's a little tab right there. So that's going to cover up the rear edge. And bada bing, bada boom. To most likely M3x8s. Yep, and that holds that cover in place. Now, interestingly enough, there are holes in the bottom, but I'm not seeing any screws. There are literally holes in the bottom there that go all the way through, but I'm not seeing any screws in use on the CAD for that. Nor would I see a need to have them, because I mean that's going to hold that fan in place. I guess let me see. we're just going to keep whittling away some things here. Let's turn around here. Hide that. Hide that. So there appears the hell are so there appears to be M3x8 flathead screws going into nothing. Are those just threading into plastic at the bottom just to like alignment holes to hold it in place? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but if I've got the M3x8 flatheads, might as well put them to use. Fours, and twos, and twos. I'm not seeing M3x8s. Or excuse me, I'm not seeing M3x8 flatheads out there. Or up here. So we're just going to assume that they're optional. Well, the problem is those are flush holes. And if I pull that out, you're going to be able to see right through both of those holes, right? There's daylight through both of those holes. So the only thing that could be is a locating pen to keep this from rattling, but there's not enough room in there for that to rattle. And like I said, the M3x8s, I mean, I do have M3x8s, flatheads. I could put flatheads in there. But the only thing that I see those doing are locator pins, basically. And hey, Will, how's it going? That's the only thing that I can see those being is locator pins, because they're nothing that mounts it. These are the pieces right here that's mounting it. So this wing is going to mount into these heat set inserts. Right? So we'll screw that in, and those are going in with, find the heat set. The bolt is M3x8 button head cap screws. Imagine that. Apparently there's, 233 of them in the kit, so pretty good chance that everything we come across is going to be an M3x8 button head cap screw. So we're putting these in to the side here, and that's going to hold this Wago piece to this piece. And then if you remember, on the inside, we have a couple of M3 nuts. So in these screws, these holes right here, we're putting an M3 by 8 on each side. And that's what secures this into the chassis between the rails. So what's happening here? Let me move our gantry. We're going to set that over here. Upside down. Here we go. We'll scoot that out of the way and we'll bring our printer chassis back up here. Okay. So what's going to happen, I'm going to put 2 M3 nuts. Actually, I'm going to get them started on this piece that we just finished. 2 nuts, 2 M3 by 8s. And so I'm going to put these in on each side. Get a nut started. Do the other side. Okay. Now, this one goes in the middle, and this piece here gets filled up with activated charcoal. Plenum cover goes on, and this will be able to slide in and out through this front gap here. And it will magnetize right to that. So we want to line this with the front of the printer, nice and flush like that. That's where we're going to mount this piece. And I don't know, where'd you go? I miss you so. Okay. So this is going to be pulling air from underneath the fan, right where the heater's at, and blow it through the activated charcoal, and it's going to come up at the front, and that's going to circulate through and pull the fumes and the smell out when you're doing high temp materials in here, engineering style materials. Then on either side, we're going to have these fans, and these fans are going to sit in here like this with our wire going right down that 5015 channel. They're going to get mounted right here with our Z-belts going through the front. So that one over there, this one over here, okay? And what these are going to do is they're pulling air in at the front edge and blowing it underneath the bed. So both of these are blowing straight underneath the bed. So this is going to be circulating air this way and circulating air this way. And it's going to help take the heat from the bed and move it into the chamber so the chamber heats up faster. So these are all these ones right here are designed to help the chamber heat up faster and maintain that heat for engineering materials. Hey, Maker Viking, how's it going? And then what's going to happen are like these fans, we're going to keep them coming down, and they're going to come over and go into these Wagos back here. This one's going to feed back into a Wago. We'll have positive, and then I think we're going to join the negatives for the blower fan and the fans. I think these are the blower fans, and this is the actual fan. So we'll join our positives, and the positive here, negative here, and we'll bring all of that, or excuse me, positive, negatives, negatives, and then we'll bring all of that back down into the bed and down into the electronics. So all of these should be working at the same time, if I remember right. Right, take it back. This will be running, and these will be running on a separate circuit because we're switching ground. I'll get it right here eventually. So let me kind of work our way back and add in some of the pieces there. So here's what it looks like with the bed on it and all of these fans. So once again, these are kind of right at the edge of the bed, and the bed's almost lining up right on the center of these side fans. Waiting for more tokens. Oh, for like AI tokens? Now, what we can do is, I think we can still install these right now. I don't think we'll have a problem as long as our that one lines up, and this one will be easier to line up. We should be able to put these in place. I should not have an issue getting the belts down through these holes. So we'll go ahead and install these. Like I said, there's 233 screws, so I'm pretty sure these are going to mount within 3x8s. Like everything else on the printer. Quad Max. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Okay, so we'll pull this back. We'll take this one and move it over. Push this one to the back. Push it to the front. Too far, of course. Now I'll have to see about the wires. I might have to extend some of these wires to get them where they need to go. Hopefully not, though. You know what's going on? Like I said, I should still have plenty of room to put the belts in there. This cover and this cover I'll reprint so it's in the dual tone. We can go ahead and slip them on there for now, just to kind of get the look. Make sure that wire's down there. I'm not going to worry about putting the 2 screws at the top here because, well, once again, I'm going to reprint these 2 covers and it'll come off anyhow. These can go in the garbage. What else can we do? Because I really don't want to put the bed on. Can't hang the gantry. I can't do the Z-axis yet. So looking here, there's a couple of options depending on which board you're going to use. You can have the Pi mounted up here. You can have the Pi mounted on top of a board. In this case, this would be like a Leviathan board. And that is what we're going to do here. We can kind of go through and work on mounting out some of our electronics here. Just adds a little bit of weight, but I think we can be good to do there. So let's work on mounting up some of the electronics. Zura had printed off the electronics mounts, and I didn't feel the need to try and reprint those because I don't think those would have changed at all. So electronics for this board, or for this printer, is going to be a Leviathan. Cable chain. I think everything else is over on the other side. So I have a Leviathan, a Raspberry Pi, an EBP36 CAN bus board, a Big Tree Tech Pi display, SSR, and a UHP 224. And of course, we've got a outlet, or an outlet, yeah. The power inlet and a couple other wires that have been pre-made for us. So we'll see. Mount. Let me see if I can fish some mounts out from in here. I think the tool head mounts I can use, and the tool head parts, the tool head mounts we're going to use. Some of this stuff will not be used in here simply because it's the older rev. Don't know if we'll need that. Word mount, den rail mount. Okay, I think I got all the electronics mounts out of there now. So this is one of the downsides when you're working on a printer build. In this case, midstream, well, not midstream, but in the process of working through this build and what we'll just refer to as life, things changed. Meaning they came out with Rev 1. It was a beta. The Micron that I built back in the day was done via a beta. And so I'm like losing my mind. What am I doing? We're going to do the easy. I've got familiarity with this, but even then, I mean, a lot of this has been changed from the beta when I did the beta. So, yeah, got a little bit of experience doing this build is where I'm going at. So that goes there. This is going to mount on there. And M4 by 6 or 8. M4 by 8 and only one. M4 by 12. That's a shoulder bolt. And we don't need a 16. So we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Oops, one too many. We just need a pair of M4 by 6s. And this will let us mount the SSR to its mount. And so this side goes through plastic. This side goes through plastic as well. But the screw goes through metal and then down into the metal. So we will be attaching a ground strap to this down the way when we start to do wiring. The UHP. Yeah, that's that. And this goes into these. There we go. The UHP mount takes some heat sets, so we'll need to bring the heat set press up and do a couple of heat sets. Good thing is these things heat up real fast. But we probably won't be here too much longer. It's getting close to 10 o'clock. I need to go into the office tomorrow for some meetings. Way too many meetings. Does anybody want to go into my office and do my meetings for me? I also want to double check Steve Buildstream because I believe he was mounting the Pizio as well, and I want to see which mount he used for his Pizio. Okay, so this gets mounted on there. Is this just... Looks like these get heat sets as well. Yep. But yeah, in talking with Hector earlier today, it does look like the Ender 3NG project's happening. So we've got that on the horizon, and then we should also be getting a set of stealth changer kits in soon, and various other accoutrements to do a forehead tool changer setup for Fey Dragon behind us, which is our Voron 2.4. It's one of the first ones that I built. Okay. So we got that installed. What we're going to do is install these first. And I'm not even going to mess around. I'm just going to grab the M3.8s from mine. Yeah, we'll do a Winter 3 NG build, and then we'll have the Stealth Changer build. So we got a couple of cool builds coming up. Now, I think we want to do them like that, where they're one that way. Install these the right way, and they'll work out a lot better. So water, Spidey, all others that are in here that may be in the local, as in local to Raleigh area. Should I bring Magenta Rising Saturday to the Maker Meetup? It's so big you're worried about the rains. Yeah, I'll have to pay attention to the weather, that's for sure. Um yeah, I think I want to install these so that the clips are up underneath rather than taking additional space to the sides. I think that's what I'm seeing here, yes. And that is what I'm seeing there, so that's good. So let's set this up like this. We can use the M3x8 button heads for this because it'll give us a little bit more of a button heads are a little bit bigger than a standard socket head cap screw. So I tend to use them on things like this where they're holding through, I'll say, ears or cutouts versus straight up holes. So you'd love to see it, but agree that play it by ear based on the weather. Gotcha. Okay. We can do that. Definitely. Huh? Okay, so that one's done. We'll need our Leviathan board here. And the Leviathan board is a really, really nice board. It's specifically designed for use with Vorons. So the fact that we're doing this on a Micron, which is a mini Voron, works well. We'll have, where do they set these up? Really? Inside. People did eclipse like that. These will be M2 by 10 self tappers. A few of those in here. Did you see Luke's tweet about the massive tariff bill he just got? I did not see Luke's tweet. I saw Phil's tweet about everybody that had ordered a build plate from him, and it's looking like it's potentially going to be an $80 per plate tariff fee. This $3,000 order of heaters should have a $42,000 tariff bill. Holy crap. Well, and see, that's the thing is looking at the tariffs, it was something like coming from Canada, it's going to be $80 an item as a flat fee. So if you buy a $5 part, you're going to get charged an $80 tariff fee. At this point, they just killed an entire industry. Because, well, I got news for you. Lulzbot, I'm pretty sure, everybody goes, oh, well, Lulzbot is U.S. Yes. Made in the U.S. with parts from China. I am pretty damn sure they are not making stepper motors in the U.S. I am pretty damn sure they're not making belts in the U.S. Which means every part that they're putting into their printer is getting hit with tariffs, and we're all going to be hurting. Every single one of us is going to be hurting. And I just realized that I think these are, I grabbed these. These are octopus or octopus. Do these fit? Well, it looks like they're still going to fit, so that's good. And I think these are, oh yeah, That fits, and these are going to be M3 direct screw or direct thread into plastic. So yeah, that's going to suck, especially I think those heaters were like $18 a piece. Like to us, and now they're going to be even more. Yeah, this is going to get out of hand real fast. We're going to kill entire markets if we're not careful. As well as small businesses, because they're not going to be able to handle that. Because if they're hitting those for standard things like heaters, what's going to happen to all of our LDO stuff? Kits, parts, and everything else are going to get crazy. What's going to happen with, yeah, just anything. Okay, so what I'm looking at is looks like there's a couple of different that's this mount on the side. This is 3-ways. It looks like there's more 3-ways that mount from the back, and I didn't see that one. I'll look for it, and if I can't find it in the package later on, then I will print one out. That's no big deal. I don't know what that one was for. Maybe an extra one. We'll throw that over there. Standoffs. Do we have to use, I'm assuming we have to use standoffs. Oh, thank you, Eagle. Yeah, we're just going to break this down and throw it in the garbage. Okay. That goes there. This goes here. We've got standoffs. Try not to make a mess. We've got long standoffs and short standoffs. And from the way everything is feeling, we're going to need all the short ones. I'm going to see if these short ones will be enough to clear some things, or if we'll have short ones will just clear it. X, Y, and Z end stops. We will have a Y end stop that needs to go in there, and we should just barely be able to get that that in there once I get this in the proper position. Yes. Okay. So we're going to put in 4 standoffs, and I'm going to pull these back out because, well, I'll see if I can do this without, and that's going to be no. So we'll drop these out. And we'll try and put these in one at a time. But yeah, that is really crazy. Hey, Blue Chocobro, how's it going? Hey, Pez, how's it going? Well, and that's the thing is I don't know how that's going to all work out because he kind of needs that parcel to it's heaters for his Kickstarter stuff. Right? So what do you do? Do you not deliver on a Kickstarter because tariffs blew up? You know? So, Zura, we have an issue with the tool head. The issue is the Honey Badger tool head that you have will not work with the whatchamacallit, Piezo. There's no place to mount the Piezo board because it does have a daughter board that it, or an adapter board that it plugs into. Oh, darn it! And then the so it plugs into the board, and then the board plugs into the toolhead board. So what I'm going to do is try and fight this again. I'm going to try and print out the toolhead board and a nice engineering filament like PPSCS. Yes. And that won't, it's designed to mount on the tool head, and your metal mount will not support it. There's no place to mount it. So there is a, so let me, one, since you're here, this is the crap catcher, and I really want to install this on your Micron just to catch any little filament so it doesn't get on the deck panel and get blown around and get down into the 1515 extrusion channels and stuff. So that's one thing. And then the other thing will be this. So the issue is these top 2 screws here and here are the mounts for the hot end, and then you see the board mounted underneath it. The all metal tool head carriage that you provided has slant cutouts for that to reduce the weight. So what I'm going to do is try and print that out in like I said, PPSCF. And see if we can't, put some cool little bling on it for you. I should really double check. I don't think there was anything up underneath this board, but let me just make sure that there's nothing up underneath that board. Nope. Figured I'd check and make sure that there wasn't like a jumper that I was going to have to do to like program the board or something. Once again, we've got stainless steel screws and brass standoffs. So be kind to yourself and don't crank with all your might, because your stainless steel screws will shear off the brass standoffs. Ask me how I know. Okay, so that's done, that's done. We've got a cute little ribbon cable here. Yeah. Cute little ribbon cable that's going to go from the board to the board. And let me do this way. Seems too bad. I want that down. I'd prefer to plug that into the USB 2 versus the 3, but trying to squeeze it over here, I just feel that that's too long, and I really don't like that bend there. So flip that over. Maybe we can do something like that, because I do want to keep access to the gigabit Ethernet there. Yeah, we'll go into the 3. We'll do like that. So we've got the Leviathan board basic there. We've got be the power cables and stuff like that. And this goes so the 5 volts are listed at this end on the PCB. So that's the side that goes over here, so it can pull 5-volt power. We'll have our little cable like this. This is a straight pass-through, 246, 246. One side goes there, one side goes here. Let's bend this kind of over and out of the way some so that we don't have too much height. There's that, and this is a Pi 4 long board. So there's a Pi 5 board, and then there's another board. So we'll take this back off. So this says 4 Pi 5 on it. So we'll put that back in the bag, which means this board will work for everybody else. 5 volt ground, TKRX ground. Yep. That is the standard denotion for Raspberry Pi. goes there, that goes there. Be able to bend that a little bit out of the way. So there's that setup. We're not going to need this for now. Might need it, just not now. Okay, so Leviathans put away. 2.5. Put that over there for the time being. We'll need some Legos. Some Legos. Oh, you missed this part. Zura. So this is kind of where we're at. We had to stop on the gantry because I need to get the tool head mount installed so we can run the belts before we hang the gantry. So that's kind of at a short pause at the moment. We did go ahead and set these up. These are installed. We should be able to run the belt still for the fronts through there. I am going to reprint these two lids and just do a color swap so I can do them in two color. Color swap, layer swap. I had to take these two heat sets back out so that we could replace these screws because, well, this connects in with magnets and stainless steel screw, no magnetic. So I had to swap those out with some screws that I had because I've got the black oxide ones, which are magnetic. So that works. Got a ribbon cable from the heatsink PZ. Yes. Full creative freedom on the build. You welcome any suggestions. Sounds good. Pretty easy to work with. There's also a short cable, I believe. It's a JST on both ends. Yep, that plugs the Pi into Leviathan. Yep. It's either JST. Yeah, it's JST both ends. Yep, JST both ends. And then like these right here, like if I cross over and I might have, nope, that's not going to be long enough. So we're going to have to extend a couple of these wires to be able to wire them comfortably. Of course, this one is just, going right here. So we'll be able to cut this short, maybe use this wire to extend some, who knows. Let's come back over and where's the front? That's the front. So I'm going to flip this over and we'll go up to the overhead camera. So based on what I'm seeing in the, in the CAD, one, these are going to have to be pulled out a little bit. So I have some working room. Just one loop should be good enough. All right, get those out of the way. The front is here, so our Leviathan board will mount in this way. It looks like it's tucked pretty close over here. We're going to have our power on this side. Now, weirdly enough, power outlet's right here. And we're going to have some den-mounted Wagos right down here, which I need to find that Let me check and see if that's here because I probably want to get to that sooner rather than later. I may have missed another wiggle mount in here. Oh, there we go. Wiggles. We'll go ahead and get that Wiggle installed. I'm planning on using your files for the your files. I'm planning on using your things for the ant head. These are here's the way it goes. Oh, there's the way it goes. It's like all of these are threes. I really need to see the wiring diagram that they use. Just because I'm curious with the power supply, they've got the 4 pins on this side, which would be the DC side, yet all of our DC connections are over here. So I'm going to flip the script and attempt, flip the script, flip my mounts around because of it. And I want the DC at this end for a short DC run. I want all the AC on the other side because that makes life easier. It keeps all the AC on one side of the printer and the DC on the other side, which is what I really like to do for my printers. Because it's showing the SSR over here. Well, once again, all the bed wires are right here. So if I can, what am I doing? Mount that this way, which is now the Leviathan is all up in the way. Kind of tight, but doable. So we have our DC on this side coming through into our, up with that. Oh. AC, DC, DC from here right into the board. We'll have the board, heater, heated bed. That's weird. Oh, these are out. This is an N. There's an N over here if you're doing high voltage for these two, which we're not. So 24 volt here powers everything. This will be trigger for the SSR. We can literally pull this close to the edge. We'll have DC fans right here, but we can do our SSR load input. So we'll have our Wagos back here. We're going to probably spread this out. I'll move this down a little bit, give us a little bit more room. But we'll have all of our wires for the bed coming through here, and there's our load and our load for the bed. The neutral will be coming straight from the breakout right back here. All the stuff coming from our toolhead board. Oh wait, that's CAN bus. So we'll have the toolhead going through the GBB15. The GBB15 coming back in a single IGUS cable back through here. It will need to pick up 24 volt and then CAN bus connector, which I believe is this one right here. So we can pull CAN bus right there. Well, hell, and I think that might do 24 volt as well off the board. So we'll be good to go there. We might get away without even needing another Wago unless we're going to jump in a bunch of fans and stuff. So this gets pulled over. Figure out spacing. That's almost amazing. Which way are we going? That way? No. And 3x8 button heads. They can be 24 or 48 volt. That's why they're separate. Correct. Now, are we running 48 volt or is it all 24 volt for this? I believe this build is all 24 volt. Normally you'll have one that drives mains, or one set for mains, which is what this set in the back should be. And then the other side will be for DC breakout. Yeah, all 24 volt. That's what I was thinking. Why would I need to put 24 volts in for that side? Right? So we've got Z1 or 0, 1, 2, 3. This would be A and B. A and B is not here. A and B is on the GBB15, right? Exactly. So we are good. We don't need that extra. Yes, you're right. We would need to apply power to that interface if we were going to be using those two stepper motors. One way or the other, either you're plugging in 24 or 48 volt. But because we're using the GBB15, we won't need to. And what I'm going to do is, these got moved around anyhow. If I line these up with there, it covers up the bed. So we're going to slide this back. Just a wee bit like that. What I'm doing is just trying to get myself a little bit of breathing room between the board and the PSU. So I'm just going to move them slightly around. Load. Here's our heater out, bed out, which we don't need either one. Technically, we don't need either one. We can pull any trigger out for the bed, but we will use this as the bed trigger. Yeah. And I'm just going to slide this down here as far as possible. That gives us more room on one end if we're going to be doing something. I will need to pop this plate off, add the fans, put it back on. That'll be easier to do down the road. Okay, there's that. There's that. We've got Wagos in. I don't think we'll need the other Wagos at all. We will have them if we need them to pop them in. We could use it for fans or anything else. We've got what? One Z-probe. Four fans. Thermistors, which we won't need. End stops, we will need one of those end stops. Or no, we won't need the end stop either. The Y end stop's going into the GBB15. So we won't need any end stops. Really, the only thing going in here is going to be the four motors and the fans. We can combine these two together into one, these two together in one, and then have the two front bed fans in one, and then the Nevermore in a completely different one. We probably won't need this at all. I will leave it over here in case we do. Aha. I mean, that's going to turn out great. I will stuff these things down in there right now because I think I'm done for the day. It's a little bit late, almost 10:30. Let me see if we can't find somebody to raid into. Somebody should be up and running right now, like a hedgehog or something like that. Enough painting. Jano's up. Done. Let's go hang out with Jano. Folks, thank you for coming in and hanging out with me. It's been a fun day. We got a good amount accomplished today. We got our Z idlers installed. We went ahead and did the bed fans so that those are done. We still need to wire them, but we're getting there. Yeah, we've got the skirts on, which I did off stream. And we've got the electronics mounted. I think we made good progress today. But thank you all for being here. It's been so kind of you. Jedi Spidey, thank you so much for making that order at Polymaker today. I appreciate that. And I'm going to do what I can. If you're in the Raleigh area, I'm going to try and bring Magenta Rising with me to Ecovate on Saturday, weather permitting. And I will see you tomorrow, Waters. But thank you all for being here. Take care, and we will come back on Thursday and continue this journey. Have a great night, and I will see you guys later. Bye now. For those of you that are watching this later on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out here as well. If you like the content, please like and subscribe below. When you subscribe, please make sure to check that bell so that you're notified of future videos when they're posted and coming out. And who knows, I'm going to try and live stream over there soon eventually. And also, YouTube's going to suggest a new video for you right over here. Have a great day. Bye.